Nothing going on right yet, huh? Let's go, Buzz. Might have to buy some GXAI if I see any kind of move up today for swing. You took the spot. Jeez, nice work, Buzz. Patent on this. Say patent? Is that what they said? Divisional patent. I don't know about that. Can't break and hold 50. Come on. Nice $100 loser to start the morning. 3 million share float. Can't break 50 cent. I mean, this chart's sitting here waiting to be juiced. If you go now, then I'm out. Mother. Oh my gosh, that's disgusting. Well, it's starting to do its thing. There's a pullback. All right, 8 o'clock. See if we get anything. financing. Interest 8% interest rate in 1 year? Jeez. Fixed price at the market. And it goes up. Okay. What's up, Stocky? How you doing, homie? Got a bunch of news hitting right now.
IVDA, ALIM, Alimera announcing first patient randomized in radiation retinopathy trial being conducted by DRCR Retina Network. That's Alpha Lima India Michael. PIXY Shift Pixie priced offering of 1.2 million units at $4.25 per unit. That's Papa India X-Ray Yankee. PIXY Shift Pixie.
Tell me the cooler got it again.
JSPR Jasper Therapeutics announced first patient dosed in phase 1b/2a Spotlight clinical study of briquilimab in chronic inductible urticaria. That's Juliet Sandy Papa Romeo. LINC, Lincoln Educational Services, projects student start growth of about 15% during the first quarter. That's Lima, India, November, Charlie. Company's Investor Day today. That's LINC.
It's a weird mover. For 3 million shares, it's pretty thick. Oh, I should have taken that. No. What was the NVIDIA news? The chip? No, I didn't see that stock. What's the Nvidia news? Wow, this chart looks interesting too.
CLPT, ClearPoint Neuro, with a press
Sunrise
release
Air,
regarding
Google
its
Voice
partner
Assistant,
PTC
Idea.
Therapeutics on completions of BLA submission to FDA for Upstaza as treatment for AADC deficiency. That's Charlie Lima Papa Tango CLPT. KRBP, disregard KRBP. That's over the counter now.
Wow, look at ROGLS daily. That's close. Let's see some what to run today. I don't know. The news is pretty weak on it. I mean, it's just a patent, right? So we haven't. It's been about a month since we've had a runner on patent news. They've all typically done what patent news does: is pop 5-10 cents and then right back down. So even though the daily looks like it's ready to do something, you know, the news doesn't really give it the gas it might. I mean, it still could do it, but the news just doesn't match a big move. Fun daily? Let me check that out, Nick. Oh, you know how to turn me on. Okay, put that over here. 8 p.m. I thought I had that one. No, I did not. Okay, yeah, that one looks good too. Jeez, okay. AISP continuation. Do you have a watch list of stocks you are sifting through or using a screener? Yes. So I do have a pre-market screener that is just basically showing me what's hitting high a day. But from there, I have my own watch list that I'm going through, checking to look on the daily charts. These are all runners that have run recently, and I keep checking them for the second move. You know, a lot of times we get these big moves here. Well, that might be hard to trade, but that second day, or even sometimes the third or fourth day, gives you nice setups on the daily that can spark intraday moves to trade off of. So that's what I'm looking for. So all these that I keep flipping through,
OTRK popping here.
they've
up,
all moved.
at 41 cents now, up 22 cents. That's Oscar Tango Romeo Kilo.
And of course, you know, chat calls them out too that I might miss. And
Coming up at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, building permits for February, expecting 1.5 million. Housing starts 1.43 million. That's coming up at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time in about
MNMD, got that one.
16
That one-
minutes.
That one could get fun. That one started moving yesterday. DKS. Oh, that's another juicy looking one right there. Check CVNA. I think I looked at that yesterday. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know if it's head and shoulder looking or that's not head and shoulder. Certainly a range. If it gets out of that range, maybe get some love, right? It's not as highly shorted as it used to be. It's about half of it. Still high, but not as crazy. Had a joint patent PR on 220. Interesting. NASCAR. Seal. MicroStrategy bought another 9,000 Bitcoin for about 623 million in cash. Jeez, dude. Super Kit 25 stream streak. Let's go. Do you share watch list somewhere? I mean, I don't have any place that you could see it. We kind of talk it out loud. This is kind of what I have up on my charts. It's not that I'm hiding my watch list. I just don't have anywhere to fit it on the screen. This is my watch list over here, and it just kind of changes throughout the week. I just cleaned it up and added some today. Deleted some others that haven't done anything that I was watching. Yep. Discord does have the watch list too. So if you're in Discord, Nick and Titan post a watch list every day. As Will is deep cheese. I could go over that. The caffeine hasn't hit me, boys. I forgot that I have a button that shows Discord. Oh, man. Yeah, good point, Buzz. Everything in Discord is free. There's a lot of scammers. They try to take your money. If that link doesn't work, just DM me and I'll send you a proper link. Half the time it doesn't work for some reason. But here's the watch list for this morning from Nick and Titan. See it right here. This is in Discord. CRNX, I didn't see that one. Z-Car. See if we can 8:30 news, I guess. We've been having really slow mornings pre-market past week and a half, 2 weeks maybe. So if that trend continues, people Hoth. As I see that, Hoth drops all Alzheimer headline here. See if it was good. Jumped in it. Heard Alzheimer's. To improve, compelling evidence to improve. All right, so that's good news. It's got to get over that 180. It broke this diagonal. You can see on the daily at 140. Let's see if this little wall gets taken out. 66.
At StockJock, why won't you trade on a different platform to be happy with something?
Shut
Are
your
you
mouth.
too boomer for change?
Shut your mouth,
Love
real
you,
done.
bud. Happy trading.
Inconclusive. I don't like the word inconclusive. It's your 1 minute cock. Kind of needs to do something with that. It's lowering size. It's over 180. We might get some juice. I'm just gonna take off. Obviously, I was in a little higher than I'd like. Let it reset and do its thing. I don't like that. This is preclinical. What is this? Preclinical test. way too big of a fight going on right here. Wait, what was that? Shut up, real Don. Ban yourself. Maybe we need 8:30 news. I don't like the Z car. I'm gonna take that off. All right, 15 seconds. Get some 8:30 news.
Coming up, building permits and housing starts for February. $1.521 million for housing starts. The estimate 1.43 million. Building permits 1.518 million. That's above the 1.5 million estimate. So
Patent on
both
yeah,
building
so
permits and
touch that
housing
one.
starts coming in above consensus. S&P futures right off the lows now 51.87, down 27.25. ITI, Iteris, awarded $3 million contract by the Texas Department of Transportation for smart mobility and intelligent transportation and smart engineering services. That's India Tango India, ITI. ATOS, Atosa Therapeutics, provides 5-year Z endoxifen treatment update on FDA-approved expanded access program. That's Alpha Tango Oscar Sandy. And NDM, Nano Dimension, announcing another deep learning AI patent granted to DeepCube technology. That's November Delta Michael. And NDM.
Pause tolerant. Breast cancer studies.
SCPX Scorpius Holdings awarded contract in excess of $1 million with NIH-funded researcher at a major university. That's SCPX, Sandy Charlie Papa X-ray.
Breast cancer. 90. How is this not moving? It's up 6 cents.
LGHL, Lion Group, set to launch AI-driven multi-currency account services by the end of March. That's Lima Golf Hotel Lima, LGHL. ICCM, IceCure Medical. India Charlie Michael, reporting results from its ICE3 cryoablation breast cancer study. Expects to submit full data set to FDA in April. That's India Charlie Michael, ICCM.
Server's going.
CERS, Cirrus, spiking here now after resuming.
As soon as I put it up on the freaking ask, it just kills the whole move. What was the result? What was it? Oh, the phase 3. Okay, we can get
Cirrus
behind that.
hitting $2.86 now, up $1. Charlie Echo Romeo Sandy.
180 million share float.
Shares were halted ahead of the announcement of their phase 3 trial of their Intercept blood system. The trial met its efficacy endpoints, primary efficacy endpoint. That is Charlie Echo Romeo Sandy. Shares now just off the highs, CERS. And now shares hitting $2.90 and spiking here more, up $1.11 at the high, CERS.
Okay. The float is huge. All right, let's see what this thing wants to do. Got some levels above 308. Oh. The cooler. The cooler.
Cirrus share is hitting $3.07 at the high, now pulling back a bit. That's Charlie Echo Romeo Sandy.
How do you not break 3? Wow. Hit the sell button. Gonna sell? Okay.
GMPX, Genprex announcing $6.5 million registered direct offering priced at the market. That's Golf November Papa X-Ray, GNPX.
Shrooms goes live at 4:20 today. Yeah, I think it was Eastern. Um, Neil. So when you join, you're going to be put in. Oh, that's not it. You're going to go to their roles section, and then you have to click which roles you want, and that will populate different categories. So if you don't want the off-topic thing, you wouldn't click this, and therefore you won't see the off-topic section. You got to do that for all your stuff. Follow-up order. Seems pretty thin if it got volume. Yeah, it's pretty much still a news event on NVIDIA, whatever the hell your name is. Hoth has an interesting 5-minute it's building. Good PR. Well, it's just the meta's switched. We went from euphoric anything, any kind of ER was just a 30% mover. Now it's like, hold on there, folks. Nick Tuttle was opening. I missed that.
FATE, Fate Therapeutics, announced pricing of $100 million underwritten offering. That's Foxtrot Alpha Tango Echo, FATE.
50.
Priced at $5.50 per share. That's FATE.
All right, 5-minute on Hoth. Maybe we do something.
OTRK, Oscar Tango Romeo Kilo, 48 cents now.
So far, nothing. Did we just stop trading? All right, I'm done with this thing. It's not trading more, right?
OTRK 55 cents now, on track. OTRK.
Holy crap. This pain play is the only thing moving. Some say it might go back up today. I was saying that it was to sell the news event, it looks like. I thought that it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. You got a little run up into it, sell the news event. Probably nothing major was announced. I didn't watch it. Sir is giving it all back. Wow.
MIGI, Mawson Infrastructure, announced monthly update. Total revenue up 141% year over year from February last year. That's Michael India Golf India, MIGI.
Sugar Rush. There are multiple shrooms, but yes, the ticker is Shroom, but it hasn't gone live yet. So the ones that are out there are trying to take your money. God, we're gonna have to wait for 9 o'clock. Trash. Off trash. Off the list. ENVB. It's not a bad look. Cock and go. Got you up to the upper Bollinger Band. 160. Get a break. Mm-hmm.
Redbook US retail sales first 2 weeks of March plus 3.2% versus March a year ago, plus 3.4% for the week ending March 16th versus a year ago.
That was a nice play, Mutt. Nine a.m.'s our last hope here. ENVB's trying again. Juice it for him. Juice it for him.
DIS Disney, George Lucas said, I have full faith and confidence in Bob Iger's track record of driving long-term value at Disney. George Lucas, the largest individual shareholder at the company, DIS Delta India Sandy. Lucas said, I have voted all of my shares for Disney's 12 directors and urge other shareholders to do the same. MRK, Merck. Merck announcing data on V116, investigational 21-valent pneumococcal conjugate vaccine designed for adults with designed for adults. That's Michael Romeo Kilo, MRK. AMD, Adaptive Computing Technology, powers Sony Semiconductor Solutions LiDAR Automotive Reference Design. That's Alpha Michael Delta and Sandy Oscar November Yankee.
Someone's trying to move this.
PBI, Pitney Bowes announcing CFO transition. Said John Whittick to serve as interim CFO. That's Papa Bravo India.
Nothing. PTPI.
PTPI spiking here. Papa Tango, Papa
Great
India.
Philly turd.
PTPI. Petros Pharmaceuticals.
Successfully launches AI tool in collaboration with multi-billion software provider. Okay, yep, that would do it.
Petros successfully launched AI tool in collaboration with multi-billion-dollar software provider Papa Tango Papa India. Shares spiked on that to $1.75, 28 cents. PTPI.
Multi-billion-dollar software provider. If this doesn't move a 3 million market cap stock, then we have no hope today. Then we have zero hope today. All right, I'll play the 1 minute on this thing if we get one.
PARA, Paramount Plus, announcing launch timing and pricing for international advertising supported premium subscription plans. That's PARA.
$67, right?
Said the plan will roll out in April in Canada and June in Australia, priced at $6.99 Canadian and Australian dollars. That's Papa Alpha Romeo Alpha.
Today does suck, Kiwi. It's horseshit. This is terrible that this thing cannot move more than 10 cents off of that headline. You can come all the way back down. This is horrible. Okay. Potty break. Be back for the open.
Senate Majority Leader Schumer says Senate and House leaders and the White House have reached an agreement to finish the final set of full year appropriations bills. Speaker Johnson said agreement has been reached for Homeland Security appropriations, allowing completion of FY 2024 appropriation process. Geron announcing $150 million underwritten public offering of common stock and pre-funded warrants. That's GERN. DIS Disney, Ross Gerber says 100% support Bob Iger. Bob Iger and the current plan being implemented to turn Disney around. That's from an X post. That's DIS Disney.
Whoops.
Anything moving? Foo-foo? Works. Okay. Calculus, there's a lot of stuff that's mediocre at best. Give me liquidity. Thank you for the 19 months, homie. I don't have much. I'm the things that get me more excited are the secondary moves like CXAI, potential cock with a nice daily setup. RGLS daily cock potential, PBM daily cock potential. It's already kind of done that here. Didn't really go anywhere, but maybe we get 50 cents, $1. If we get real lucky, we do one of these. Who knows? Funware. And this is all from, mostly Nick's watch list and some things that I've been watching as well. So check out Discord for Nick and Titan's watch list. Funware, daily cock potential, MNMD. We'll see. It's kind of faded here. Soon, daily cock potential, APM, same thing. Some price compression in this range. We'll see what happens. TRK, I'm trying to move up a little bit here. DKS, daily cock potential. So it's all these secondary moves that might do something. Outside of that, I don't have much besides OTRK, ENVB, and WORX. MDGS. All right, 5-minute break. We'll be back for the open.
Note to new and existing members, disclaimers posted in the High Beta Squad chat room.
I don't know. Might be a slow day, boys. We'll see. You never know. Good luck today. I'm red right now. Just paper cut, paper cut, paper cut. So trying to get some green trades. Start climbing out of a hole. It's a slight red day today. So be it. Don't care. Just don't want to have a big red day.
15 seconds to the U.S. market open. ORCO, Oracle releases Java
rate
22.
decision tomorrow. That's why shit's all weird today. Thank you. RGLS.
Oscar Romeo Charlie Lima, ORCL.
You have a headline?
MEDS Trexaid Health halted on a circuit breaker. Michael Echo Delta Sandy, MEDS. Very low volume on that one. JWN Nordstrom is halted. Juliet Whiskey November, JWN.
Halted up? JWN? Wow.
Nordstrom is working with Morgan Stanley and Centerview Partners in an attempt to go private. That according to Reuters.
To go private, JWN. Interesting.
Nordstrom's founding family and new bid to take the retailer private. That from Reuters. Nordstrom has asked Morgan Stanley and Centerview Partners to reach out to gauge the possibility of a deal.
W 310.
Shares of Nordstrom halted at the high, $17.66, up 3.5%. That's Juliet Whiskey.
All right, we
November.
might get some juice out of this JWN. Sympathies on the other retailers? Maybe. Dude, all this news coming out right at the freaking open here.
FBLG, Fibrobiologics, announcing a proof of concept for fibroblast-based diabetes treatment, preliminary proof of concept. That's Foxtrot Bravo Lima Golf. WCC, Wesco expands partnership with Habitat for Humanity. That's Whiskey Charlie Charlie. SMID, Smith Midland Corporation.
The hell?
Announcing Volt Otis Surge. That's Sandy Michael India Delta.
The 50 lot is too powerful. Look how slow this is. What the hell's going on? Okay. RGLS. Pixie broke that 525 level. Jeez, crushed it. Okay, I guess we gotta watch that one. All right. GWN opens at 35:35. It's about 30 seconds. ENVB. What did it do? Ten seconds. Working on a go private deal, potentially. Wow.
JWN, Nordstrom shares resumed trading. Juliet Whiskey, November. Shares hitting $18.66 at the high on that Reuters report that the company founders looking to possibly take it private. Juliet Whiskey, November.
Dude, be a lot higher than 1850, honestly. Unless it's not true. Let's go. A car. 3 months by
WRX
gold
SC
bag.
Works hitting more highs
Green
now.
on the sub
$3.56 of 75%.
Is your
Whiskey
TikTok name
Oscar
taken
Romeo
over by
X-Ray,
someone else?
WORX.
There's imposters that use names similar to mine on TikTok. Can't do anything about it. Damn. Fake SJ on Discord. Savages. Get it, cheese. Pixie's open, gap down. Shit fell there. Oh my gosh. Jeez. That was filthy. All right. I'm going to push the get out button and be thankful I only lost $25 or whatever that is. As soon as the cooler got in, holy jeez. Bit goes to 550. Get out of here. JWN, nice 1 minute. Classic cooler, yeah. That's right, baby. Cool off bad news. Doesn't work that way, unfortunately. SPIR, hitting the scanners.
Ticker Nordstrom, JWN, Juliet Whiskey November. Further commentary coming from CNBC. Note sources familiar say the Nordstrom family had been seeking to put together an offer for a bid higher than $50 for Nordstrom. That's JWN.
$50? What? The hell? Yeah, sorry, 15. Yeah. That sounds a little unreasonable. Now I'm like worried. For 12. How is this not mooning? Like, to the freaking moon right now. Unless that's fake news. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's fake news. Mm-mm. $50. Like I was gonna say like 25. Just off the charts, you know? Maybe 30. 50. Source is CNBC. Pixie back up.
SPIR, Spire Global, popping to the highs now. Sandy Papa, India, Romeo, SPIR. Shares up about 47%. Company to collaborate with NVIDIA for AI-driven weather prediction. That's SPIR.
Collaborate with him.
$18.58 at the high.
It's a low floater. Can't hold 19. Getting bought out at $50 a share. Can't hold 19. What the hell's going on here? Bullshit, Phil. It's PIR. Damn, missed it. Wave D, Big Pop. What is that? Huh. APM Pop. Is it level 93? One hour support on NVIDIA. Okay. AISP kind of grinded into that gap. Nice 5-minute. SPIR flat top potential. This is 55. 60. APM. Damn, this Spreads here a sec. VINC getting close to that daily cock. JWN 1 minute.
Ticker CLF, Charlie Lima Foxtrot, programming notes. CLF CEO is currently speaking on CNBC.
SPIR trying to. It's kind of range here. It's really struggling with. There it goes.
PHIO, File Pharmaceuticals, getting a pop to the high, up 11%. Papa Hotel India Oscar.
PHIO daily looks pretty nice, actually. 109 and 115 level. Needs volume.
Note CLF CEO currently has conviction that the deal between Nippon Steel and letter X will never happen. Ticker Coinbase, COIN, share seeing increased activity, new lows for Coinbase.
Works. This thing hit. See, this is what I'm talking about. 1 million share float, and you got one candle here in a minute. 1.2 million shares traded. Like, I usually don't want to touch this. UKTX red to green. All right. I didn't go to 20. Fufu. Halted up. Interesting. So this one went daily cock yesterday and didn't do anything. This one I've been watching, and I took it off my wall. Oh no, it's still there. It didn't do anything, and I was like, oh well. And now we have a halt up, 470 high. So now we got to watch it. Into the trippy Twitter feed. I have no idea. Maybe they're hoping for something.
You smell that? What is that?
What?
Good banana gifting out 5. What did you trade? Let's hear it.
No, money. Okay. I smell money. Okay.
Oh, it says retweet and comment with your soul wallet for potential airdrop bonus is what it says. So people are putting their address in there. SMCI. Yeah, it's a hard one. Like $3 spread. What am I going to do with that? APM finally went. I don't know how you guys are trading it. You guys are ballers. I'm not a baller. Looking for this JWN 5-minute potentially micro sorry. SMCI. What do you or SMCI? What do you trade the 5-minute? I mean, what do you trade? Apple with some juice. Thing swings 10%. Like the 5. Yeah, I feel like I could only trade the 5 on it. MSOS. PBM coming up to that daily cock level of 129. APM still working nicely. Mash, we're trying here, homie. JWN, 5 minute. It's over 19. Good volume. Didn't take it. Worked out well. Go figure. Dirty Dan, 30 months. Let's go.
ROK and NVDA, Rockwell Automation, to increase scale and scope of AI in manufacturing with NVIDIA. That's Romeo Oscar Kilo and November Victor Delta Alpha. DTSS DataC enters into manufacturing agreement to accelerate production and deployment of its high-tech intelligent acoustic products. That's Delta Tango Sandy Sandy. HII awarded $305 million contract to protect U.S. regional interests in Korea. That's Hotel India, India.
Messed up to World War III. Yeah, I know, right? It's a 5 minute on Works. Decent pop on it.
ETN, Eaton delivers the FAA-approved Boeing 737 Next Generation 737 MAX oxygen sensor replacement to commercial aviation aftermarket. That is Echo Tango November and Bravo Alpha.
This JWN's getting kind of tight. Wish we had a cuck here. Oh, we do. 31. Respect Chief French military unit, Ukraine. Oh, great. That's fantastic. Apple's mooning. The 175, nice. I forgot tomorrow's rate decision. That's why things feel weird today and yesterday. MNMD. Hmm. Go. What's with this volume? Gave some to the stock gods. Horseshit fills.
I know ticker Cleveland Cliff share seeing continued activity, new highs. Charlie Lima
Those
Franc
works.
threat. CLF.
The 5-minute paid off.
WORX getting another pop here, $3.95.
What, on Apple, JJL?
Programming note, ticker NVIDIA notes CEO Jensen Huang now speaking on CNBC.
Jensen on CNBC right now. Bit of a range break, maybe? Big buyer AISP here. 5-minute AISP. That's probably what he's doing. Buying the 5-minute. Yeah. Hang on, I'll look in a second. Works. Nice rep.
CHKP and NVDA Checkpoint with a press release on securing AI infrastructure at scale with NVIDIA. That's Charlie Hotel Kilo Papa and November Victor Delta Alpha.
Okay. 5-second rule. 5-second rule. Oh gosh, dick me so good. So X is going up, even though Cleveland Cliff dude said no way in hell this thing gets pat or this thing goes through. Cool. Cool. This 175 range. It's gonna be a tough one to crack. If it just blows through it. Works 1 minute. I just don't want to trade this, man. Look at this. 2 million shares in a minute. The float is only 1 million. This is the kind of stuff, whoever was asking about it yesterday, this is kind of what I'm talking about, where you're not trading against retail anymore. This is straight computers programmed to take your money. Deviation 175.10. Can you get some good moves? Yeah, sure. But I ain't playing this thing. In fact, I'm going to delete it off my watch list. Unless it slows down.
COSM Cosmos Health to receive regulatory approval for Sea Scrub disinfectant in the UK. Charlie Oscar Sandy Michael.
Sea Scrub? Disinfectant in the UK. Can you get 2 pennies? Obtains the initial purchase order. Okay. Explores opportunities outside EU, eyeing global $36 billion plus market. I'm sure you are eyeing that.
COSM Cosmos Health getting some volume here now on that press release. Charlie Oscar Sandy Michael.
Works, has a W over 396. Looks like the Wave D moving, AISP moving. DOGZ. Man, MSOS still moving. I was really hoping for a pullback on that. Them undercut me immediately. Works W, getting close. All right, just get me out of this thing. SPIR 5.
JWN Nordstrom's resuming trade after another circuit breaker halt, now off the highs at $18.99. Juliet Whiskey November.
Chuck, it didn't circuit breaker halt again, bud. Chuck is on the good yam today, huh?
Earlier, Reuters report that the company was considering going private.
Oh yeah, geez, let me see what you got here. AISP, nice pop.
Actually, Nordstrom was not halted recently. That was an error from the exchange. Juliet Whiskey November.
Sure, Chuck. Blame it on the exchange, Chuck. Another Joe. What is this? The
There is no
Netherworld?
red.
Out of absolute rage, or will he be spared because the juice are so juicy, juice, that the yams are so thick, and Daddy Warbucks makes that. Jeez. Yeah, the clip's pretty good. Wish whoever clipped it got the whole thing. Cut it early. AISP, now we got continuation from yesterday. Black leather jackets. What? Cadrock, let's go. 100 biddies all over my face. So much, my man.
Morning SJ and chat.
Morning to you. Oh, jeez. Dude, freaking A.
Tig OL biddies all over face, bro. You're welcome.
Thank you, Cadrock. I mean, who doesn't want that, right? No bolts on. That's right. SpaceX president says company plans to sell satellite laser links commercially.
I want Tig old biddies all over my face, bro. WOOOOOOO.
All right, good man. Good man. Hello. I don't know where this diagonal comes from, but it's probably important. Oh, I'm gonna get a bad fill. Yeah. Are we back to green? Are we red? Red or green? I don't know what I started the day with. What do you all think? Red or green? I feel like I'm red still. Think I'm red. Maybe $120 red. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Let's do it. Prediction. Am I red or spell green? You'll have 1 minute on this prediction. This could be the easiest one ever if you just looked at what I started the day with. How much was I down? I think 400, but that I've traded since then. That was like, I started around 400. I don't know exactly. Around 400 red at 9:30. Damn, you all think I'm green? I have faith in you all. How much of a winner was this? $200 winner. I'm gonna show it, Joe, after the predictions closed. I haven't looked yet. I have no idea. I can't see it right now. All right. Locked in. I think it's red. Is it green? Oh, it's green! Chill, bro. All right, we're back to Green Boys. Work setting up here for some price compression. I thought I deleted it. Oh, it's on my freaking chart over here. Is the volume calm down? It has. This is about the only time I would play something like this. That's 60 Jack what? Cracker Jack tacos? This is like 2 Burrito Supreme, maybe 3 Burrito Supremes at Taco Bell right now. Yesterday, I was $50 green. I was able to come back after I sold those puts, those Zillow puts that I managed to buy the bottom on. Came back and made $50. Are you in the dating scene or still in the post office lady on weekdays plus pulling shoes on the weekends? Why? I mean, good banana, are you offering your services? Listen, if you're interested, you know what to do. Send me a DM with your application and feet pics attached. Otherwise, shut the up, okay? Don't waste my time. Glug glug. Jeez. JWN. Chinese experts believe the first three-way summit between Philippines, Japan, and the U.S. and by Washington to create an Oculus-like clique in Asia aimed at China, the South China Sea. Oh, great. Hey, anybody following up on the Royals in England? The bells of Buckingham Palace were tolling. Don't they only do that for weddings and someone dying? Obama went? Wait, what? King Rob. Just PBM. This is what I was looking for. What we got? 29 break. Hello. Okay. PBM got the daily candle over candle with insane volume. Jeez. Any prediction for us? Market's not cooperating with my style, so I need help sitting on my hand. Dude's always good for a prediction. Get him going, dude. Help them gamble their nuts away. So volume yesterday, 800,000. So you're gonna run it and then you're just gonna dump it, huh? SPA launches options on 3 new MSCI indices. K is a Russian hub. Oh gosh. Nordstrom cut can go 1 minute. Is that 11? I thought it was 9. Oh, got it anyway. Oof. Jeez. Okay, well, suck a dick. PBM or 8 p.m. Jeez. Circuit breaker halt on 8 p.m. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, you suck dick. Nordstrom, you really do. Still green. Still green. GW 50. It's really kind of baffling, that headline. Jeez. All right, 8 p.m. unhalts 3606. Couple minutes here. Do you have to go back to 2018 to see 50? Oh, you have to go back. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. What a move on that AI or APM. 1 minute. Said to see a sale of some smaller defense assets. AISP curling back up again. 5 minute. MVST Cater. Say if it gets over this kind of resistance, you might have something there. And this thing's gotten beat up. All right, APM. There we go. And oh, does it have the juice to go too? Nope. Back up and go. Yep. Oh, too chicken shit. NVIDIA. Oh, the juice. Weed is moving up still because people think that it's going to get rescheduled in April. It's rumor. We don't know. Geez, did you buy the reclaim of 855? Is that what was the play there? Previous kind of like support area. OCEA, similar chart to APM, similar. I don't know if there's news here or something. It's got a lot of volume though. Yesterday's high is 58. Not really sure where this volume's coming from. Pixie dead. It's a lot of volume not to go anywhere. Whatever, 46 should juice it. Sellers. I'll add on the 46 break. Really don't want to cuck, which I feel like is what it's going to do. Mm-hmm. Cuck and go. PBM went. Shit. Getting into 4 minutes of pullback. Need to do something. Jeez, yeah. Nice trade, homie. Did you ever answer my question? Seeing much right now. And see again. Or should fill. Cool. LIC Wi-Fi minute. Whew, 100,000 shares. 40. 39. Didn't want this. There's big sellers behind it too. Someone try to take a chunk. Wall keeps getting bigger. All right, JWN did a 5-minute cog, didn't do anything. AUD is moving on that patent news. Video 2-minute. Hey, we got it. Can't hold, of course. Why are all the stocks red today? Great question. Not all of them are red, just a lot of them. Retest of that 175 on Apple. LICY broke. Wow. APM 5. AUD again. We had like 5 or 6 patent news things today, and this is the one that moves on a patent. Damn near hit 3 there. MSTR. What a dip. Blazing. 12 months. Let's go, bud. Get that year badge. You're a survivor. I'll put a little Benzinga on for everybody since it's so slow. If you don't want to, if you already have Benzinga, you don't want to hear it, just mute Twitch, join Discord. You can hear me still in Discord. But it's pretty slow, so we'll put it on. If you're interested in any of the news sources I use, !news in chat. There's your links. Let me know if you sign up. Thank you very much if you do. You get a little small piece of the action. I'm not shilling them because I make money off of it. Make very little. But I do show them because they are very good assets that I have used for many, 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 many years. Let's talk shitcoins. All right. The one that I'm watching, Shroom. Shroom. Let me walk you through it. Let me walk you through it, shall we?
Shares of Audio near the highs now, $2.92, up 9% off of that.
Let me just walk you through it. Okay.
AUD.
This is almost kind of like a sympathy play, if you will. So, Beanie, if you don't follow, if you're into crypto, especially NFTs / shitcoins, this is the man that you need to follow right now. He's the most hated person in the space, but he also doesn't miss. Like people want to hate him because he's probably a dirtbag in real life, and in the past he was an asshole in like business dealings. But people have soft skin and get over it, right? He never frauded anybody, even though people want to think he did. Anyway, his last call was on Book of Memes. Talked about who's putting it out there. Maybe it's the new meta that, maybe it's not about having all these influencers in it, blah, 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 whatever. He called it out. Let me do this on a 4-hour chart. He called it out. The damn thing goes, whatever that number is, to whatever, almost 3 cents for 31,000% gain. That's the one Dr. Soils turned $100 into $1,000. He sold like in here, and then he played it again. This is Bird's Eye. Birdseye.so. Bird Eye, sorry. Birdeye. Birdeye. It's just a decentralized exchange. Anyway. The next one, the reason why I bring up Beanie is because he has recently been not pumping, but talking about Shroom. So we just got done with whatever it was, Book of Memes down here. He took it, blah, 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 blah. The next one he mentioned was Shroom. He talks about who's running it. You can read up on it if you want. $4 million. FDV feels like my next big unexpected pre-sale winner. Legit team with massive Instagram following behind it. Has support from Gmail. These are other people in the space that are credible people. Have grown reviews of the founder. Just like Boom, I wish I got more. So he's already in it. He got in the pre-sale. So people see this and they're like, oh, he's talking about it like he did with Book of Memes, which just went up 32,000%. Everybody's watching this one now. Everybody. And then he talked about this one, which, whatever. So yeah, that's where we're getting the shrooms from. Just tell me where to put my capsule. It's not open. So first off, it's on Solana. It's in pre-sale right now. So think of pre-sale just like what's the thing called that I'm talking about with stocks? Getting in an IPO early. Exact same thing. In fact, they're getting in a little bit of trouble for doing it this way, to be honest. Yep. What's the connection to FUPA? Jeez. Yeah, so it's the exact same thing. So when it opens up, there's already going to be people that have it. And the other thing about Shroom is there was an allocation to the devs that they've said they're not going to sell. They're going to use for marketing.
BY.
Hang on. There's news. BY what?
BYND, Beyond Meat, just off the lows, now down 10%. Company filed for a mixed shelf up to $250 million.
Anyway.
That's probably Yankee November Delta.
They've said instead of using that allocation, they are opening up a donation wallet. So they're not going to sell. They're going to use the rest for marketing and whatever. And then they're going to make their money just off of donations. So even better, so you don't have a dev just, dumping the shit out of the coin. So the only people that will have coins are the people that got in pre-sale, which is 4 million. And 4 million sounds like a lot of money. But if you look at Book of Memes, the one that went nutty beforehand, the current market cap right now is 756 million. Its peak was over $1.5 billion. So 4 million to moon. That's what we're thinking, boys. We're not going to sell. Well, the thing is, if they weren't credible people, I wouldn't believe them. But they are credible people. They're not docs, though, so maybe they aren't credible. But they have a massive following. And you don't just dig up a massive following because you want to sell some shitcoin. Shut up, cheese. Listen, you don't have to buy it. I'm just telling you, I'm buying it somehow, some way, somewhere. It opens at 4:20 today, supposedly. AUUD, send up a 1 minute here. A lot of price compression right here. Someone's trying to push it down now. Google announces AI initiatives for healthcare. Oh, great. When does my SafeMoon take off? Oh, it took off all right. Did you have SafeMoon? What's SafeMoon's chart look like? Can we even pull it up? SafeMoon. There she is. Damn, that's not the same SafeMoon. Oh, I have it on the wrong exchange. Ethereum. Wait, what blockchain is SafeMoon on? I don't even remember. I have no idea.
Valued at a much lower number than it's worth. And by the way, my financial documents are valued much less than my actual value, which nobody even knows. Seek a loan. I didn't even need the loan because you see the kind of cash I have. I didn't even need loans. Maybe you don't do a deal or two. But I have a lot of cash, a lot of everything. You know, a lot of people are very surprised at how successful this is. You saw it today with the kind of cash I have. So they put it down at 8.
A lot of cash. A lot of cash.
NVIDIA CEO on CNBC said the Blackwell chip will cost around $30,000 to $40,000. That's NVDA.
Fuckers, man! Both times they dropped the bid 3 cents, filled me, brought it back up. Both times. The pinging, that's a scanner I have, just hitting high day stuff. Thank you, Stackers, for that. Appreciate it. Is that the one? See, I don't even know what you're talking about, cheese. OCA, curling, trash. Anything over here? No. Maybe OCA? It's over 440. That was my level. Bid. Not doing much yet. This wall was my... Do you like the MACD? Cross back up. I see a big ass bid here, I'll take it. Perf? That former runner? What is this cheese? No, shroom, it is not. Cheese, that's not it. It's not open yet. So any shroom that you see right now is scammers trying to scam you because everybody's looking for shroom, so they created their own shroom. You're looking for, it will open at 420 or around there. It's not open yet. You can look it up by contract, address. Man, I cannot remember the decentralized exchange I used to use when I was trading wool. I can't remember which that was. It's blowing me. Speed is still in wool? Is he really? No, he's not. Is he really? Pixie Pop? Okay. It's gotta get over VWAP. Lex Pop. VKTX Pop. Daily Cock on that one. That could get fun over 72. But also, with Shroom, there's a good chance it just crumbles and everybody that's a pre-sale owner just dumps it and walks away and this thing never does anything. So with all these shit coins, you absolutely only play with money that you can lose. Okay? There's no guarantee it's going up 32,000%. I can almost guarantee it doesn't do that. Because everybody knows that the peak of Book of Memes was 32,000%. I don't even know where this thing opens at. Triple aught 0 or triple aught 4, quad aught 4. I don't know. 3 pennies, 50 cents. Who knows where it opens at? So you're saying this. How do I get my money into a Phantom wallet? So Phantom is on Solana. If you want to get money into a Phantom wallet, I suggest you use like Coinbase or with something, buy some Solana, and then send it to Phantom Wallet. That's what I did. It's actually a pretty easy process, just kind of annoying. Soulflare. Yeah, there's a bunch of wallets you guys can use. Katie, your LICY is doing great. Look at that sucker. Killer. There is a new coin. Maybe. Let me look at how, I think if I remember correctly, with Book of Memes, it sold off pretty hard before it went. Look at this sucker. And this is probably a bad example because this one wasn't as hyped. It kind of came out of nowhere. Surprised a lot of people. Do like 1 minute candles on it. No, it actually went up right away. So in the first half hour, 15 minutes, it went up 1,000%. Oh, jeez, man. Total money supply is 1 billion coins. Just get the hell out of here. Oh, wait, that's Safe Moon. Well, I'm looking at Safe Moon. I want Book of Memes. Why does it switch there? Book of Memes. I was looking at the wrong one. Let's try this again. So it opened up on very late volume, sold off sideways forever, and then did that, just kind of chillaxed, and then started mooning good. And that was with no one really knowing what it was. I want to see when Beanie put out his, oh, that's not what I want, post on Book of Memes. We can almost time it, see if he moved it. Why would we make it going? Everybody's talking about their boom. I think this is the post. .30 a.m. March 14th. Well, that's the pre-sale though. All right. Oh well. Oh well. Borrow guy doing it. Going to jail.
No, ticker ROIV, Romeo Oscar, India Victor, ROIV. Let's a takeover note circulating from Ray Blanco now on ROIV.
Ray Blanco takeover. Chatter. Thank you, Beta Check. And
Sure seeing an increase of activity, new highs on that note from Ray Blanco circulating.
we green now. $10. Okay. Big day, boys. Big day. Mark close next Friday. Yep. Yep. Nippon Steel to move U.S. base to Pittsburgh after U.S. Steel deal. Huh. DWC dumping here. What is up with you? SPRC. What's the Trump news? I don't see any news. I just see it moving down. Rarely has the stock moved down on any kind of news. Usually it moves up, even if it's bad news. So the fact that it's just drifting lower just means there is no news. The news is Navarro's going to jail. Wasn't he doing that already? EH is doing well. J.
I'll take your ATNM Alpha
ATNM,
Tango November
Actinium.
Michael. Note
AC
circulations
Wainwright out
attempts
with a
of
buy
a
rating and $50
takeover
price
note for
target. That's Alpha
ATNM
Tango November
from
Michael.
H.C. Wainwright.
No, spread's kind of
Unconfirmed.
This one. Not gonna take this one. Jeez, did you see the bid? Go poof. Mm-mm.
ATNM Actinium shares getting a spike in volume, hitting a high of $7.90. ATNM.
I know, right? You gotta put the volume a little offset. Gotta have Beta Chuck a little louder than Minor Chuck. All right, I think that's time. I didn't want to do this. I've been putting this off. But it's time that we look at the fantasy hockey. It's a sad, sad state of affairs. Last round ended Sunday night. And champion Lord Jock, the 2022-2023 champion, was defeated in the most bullshit 2 weeks I've seen ever. Ever. Two of my wingers got injured. My main goaltender got injured. Horseshit. Twice did I pick up a guy to play a game, only to find out he got sick come game time and didn't play. All these are just points off the board, points off the board, points off the board. I almost pulled it off, but alas, couldn't do it. My big guns pooped on me the entire time. It was a disgrace. It was a disgrace to the round. Look at this crap. My biggest point getter was Adam Fox with 62 points. 62. To put that on how bad that is. These are the This is the guys in the playoffs, right? Texas Squid, his least was 54 points. Kirill, his least was 62 out of his top 3. And the guy I played, his least was 60. Connor McDavid dicked me over. Couldn't do anything. This is absolutely just disgusting. Disgusting. I ain't winning nothing when I got point getters like this. This is filthy. It's absolutely filthy. So we move into the final round, which I'm going against Rip or Dip. For third place, and the Mighty Cucks and Texas Squids going against each other here. How does he have 45 points after one night? Jeez. Shut up, Shred. So this is for first and second place. This is for third place. Zach, where are you? I can't. Oh, there you are, Zach, in the loser bracket. Oh, this is a typo. This should say losers round. How did you get 45 points? Oh, a hat trick from Jeff Skinner. This is the kind of crap I was dealing with all last week. Jeff Skinner, what does he have? He had 21 goals on the season before last night. 1 goal in the last bazillion games. Then he gets a hat trick. This is the kind of shit. Now you know, Squids. Now you know what kind of shit I was dealing with.
NKGN, NKGen Biotech,
LIC
$2.26 now, up 14%. November Kilo Golf November.
Golly, dude, this thing's just dumb. NVIDIA still doing work? Jeez. That was a nice cock and go on the 5. This VKTX is doing work too. Market just mooned. How am I doing for the year? What did I say? 50% on the year? I think is what I said. Oh, about 50%. I'm really trying to freaking take my time. And it kind of gets to me sometimes.
What? What's that smell?
Good banana gift in 5. What did you
No.
trade now? You take that NVIDIA?
Opportunity.
No, money. Okay. I smell money. Okay.
He's up infinite on subs though. Code Banana's killing it. Got the 100 sub badge. 130 to the channel now. I've talked about it a lot. I've been really trying to stay disciplined this year. Starting out intraday with a small amount of shares, building a cushion, and then scaling intraday. And it has helped me quite a bit. Like today, for example, I was down from a bunch of paper cuts, but I wasn't down no $3,000. It was only $400, and once I got the hang of what stocks was moving, I was able to capitalize on the movers, and now we're back to basically break even. But it's very hard, and by staying small, I can recover that. No, pretty much no problem. But I'm more importantly is I'm not emotional, and you know, if I take a large trade early and down $1,000, and then take another large trade and take down another $500 to $1,000, get emotional pretty quickly, especially with my account size. It's not anywhere, you know, where I want it. So as I'm slowly building it up, I've really tried to focus on scaling intraday. It kind of keeps me. It's kind of like an automatic gauge on how, you know, if the day's going well and I'm on to, I got my finger on a few stocks that's working well, I'm scaling up and I'm making more and more money. Whereas the day where, like today, I don't really feel like I have a finger on anything. It's keeping me from like losing a large amount. So once I get the account size to a certain level, like 50K or so, I'll start the day bigger. Nothing, you know, instead of 250 share lots, I might do 500 share lots, you know, something like that. That's just changed for me a year ago. I'm taking my time with the first trade because it can. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's really helped me. You know, I've always told people, you know, what should I do? Start trading. 855 did not feel it. I always tell people, you know, when you start trading and you go to real shares, you start with 1 share, then 2 shares, then 5, then 10. And I tell them to scale up from there. I never thought to myself, hey, maybe I should try intraday scaling. Especially in markets where, you know, every day can be a different day. You know, it can change dramatically from day to day where, you know, 3 trading days ago, 4 trading days ago, you could jump in head first in the first stock you saw and it go crazy. Whereas today, everything pre-market that popped on news retraced 100%. So by starting out small, you can avoid getting in a big hole on the days where everything retraces and it's not a runner type of day. And I didn't think about it, but tomorrow is Fed rate decision day, and just things kind kind of are poopy going into those days. That doesn't mean I won't take a larger position if I feel conviction on it. But as far as maybe a first trade on a stock, don't really know how it's going to go. I'm not going to go big. Usually. How's your year going, JJ? And Looney, if you're around. Been keeping tabs on you boys. Best year yet. Still going well. Let's go, bud. DM me what you're sizing at now. JJL and Looney are two of the people that I know are learning the ropes correctly. You still trade 90%. Hey, I wish I had one stock I could trade consistently. $225 to 300 shares at timeout. Nice, dude. Jeez. NKGN popping up here. I'm not sure what this thing is. That was a daily break there, like a daily W at 205. 100,000 share buyer, 250. For pullback on it. What's this? I hold for gap closure because the exposure keeps moving up. Bye. I gotta learn that shit, Buzz. I got to learn that shit. Soon. Here's the GTC Financial Analyst Q&A. Is this live right now?
GPT. Extend this as far as you like. Co-pilots to artificial intelligence agents. You extend the idea as long as you like, but it's basically the same idea. It's generating
NKLA and the
software.
Cola
It's generating
shares moving
tokens.
here a bit.
And it's
the
coming out of this
Lima
thing
Alpha,
called an AI generator
up about 4%.
that we call GPU supercomputers. Does that make sense? And so the two ideas. One is the traditional data centers that we use today should be accelerated, and they are. They're being modernized. Lots and lots of it, and more industries, one after another. And so what is $1 trillion of data centers in the world will surely all be accelerated someday. The question is how many years it would take to do, but because of the second dynamic, which is its incredible benefit in artificial intelligence, it's going to further accelerate that trend. Does that make sense? And so, however, the second data center, the second type of data center called AC generators, or AI generators or AI factories, as I've described it as, this is a brand new thing.
My headset was
It's
delivered.
a brand new type of software generating a brand new type of valuable resource, and it's going to be created by companies, by industries, by countries, so on and so forth, a new industry. I also spoke about our new platform. People are there are a lot of speculations about Blackwell. Blackwell is both a chip at the heart of the system, but it's really a platform. It's basically a computer system. What NVIDIA does for a living is not build the chip. We build an entire supercomputer. From the chip to the system to the interconnects, the NVLinks, the networking, but very importantly, the software. Could you imagine the mountain of electronics that are brought into your house? How are you going to program it? Without all of the libraries that have been created over the years, in order to make it effective, you've got a couple of $1 billion worth of asset you just brought into your company, and any time it's not utilized is costing you money. And the expense is too incredible. And so our ability to help companies.
I'll take your AMD Alpha
not
Michael
just buy
Delta.
the-
Note
buy
this
the
week's
chips,
170
but to
puts coming in
bring up the
active for
systems
AMD.
and put it to use, and then working with them all the time to put it to better and better use, that is really important. Okay, that's what NVIDIA does for a living. The platform we call Blackwell has all of these components associated with it that I showed you at the end of the presentation that give you a sense of the magnitude of what we've built. All of that we then disassemble. This is the part that's incredibly hard about what we do. We build this vertically integrated thing, but we build it in a way that can be disassembled later. And for you to buy it in parts, because maybe you want to connect it to x86. Maybe you want to connect it to a PCI Express fabric. Maybe you want to connect it across a whole bunch of fiber, okay, optics. Maybe you want to have very large NVLink domains. Maybe you want smaller NVLink domains. Maybe you can use ARM. Maybe so on and so forth. Does it make sense? Maybe you would like to use
spiking to the
Ethernet.
highs now.
Okay, Ethernet is not
up,
great for AI. It
about
doesn't matter what
1%.
anybody says. You can't change the facts. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason why Ethernet's not great for AI. But you can make Ethernet great for AI. In the case of the Ethernet industry, it's called Ultra Ethernet. So in about 3 or 4 years, Ultra Ethernet's going to come. It'll be better for AI. But until then, it's not good for AI. It's a good network, but it's not good for AI. And so we've extended Ethernet. We've added something to it. We call it Spectrum X, that basically does adaptive routing. It does congestion control. It does noise isolation. Remember when you have chatty neighbors, it takes away from the network traffic. And AI is not about the average throughput. AI is not about the average throughput of the network, which is what Ethernet's designed for. Maximum average throughput. AI only cares about when did the last student turn in their partial product. It's the last person. A fundamentally different design point. If you're optimizing for highest average versus the worst student, you will come up with a different architecture. Does that make sense? Okay? And because AI has all reduce, all to all gather, just look it up in the algorithm, the transformer algorithm, the mixture of experts algorithm, you'll see all of it. All these GPUs all have to communicate with each other, and the last GPU to submit the answer holds everybody back. That's how it works. And so that's the
Got
reason
it.
why the networking is such a large impact. Can you network everything together? Yes. But will you lose 10, 20% of utilization? Yes. And what's 10 to 20% utilization if the computer's $10,000? Not much. But what's 10 to 20% utilization if the computer is $2 billion? It paid for the whole network, which is the reason why supercomputers are built the way they are. Okay? And so anyways, I showed examples of all these different components, and our company creates a platform and all the software associated with it, all the necessary electronics,
better.
and then we work with companies and customers to integrate that into their data center, because maybe their security is different, maybe their thermal management's different, maybe their management plane's different, maybe they want to use it just for one dedicated AI, maybe they want to rent it out for a lot of people to do different AI with. The use cases are so broad, and maybe they want to build it on-prem, and they want to run VMware on it. And maybe somebody just wants to run Kubernetes. Somebody wants to run Slurm. I could list off all of the different varieties of environments, and it is completely mind-blowing. And we took all of those considerations, and over the course of quite a long time, we've now figured out how to serve literally everybody. As a result, we could build supercomputers at scale. But basically what NVIDIA does is build data centers. Okay, we break it up into small parts and we sell it as components. People think as a result, we're a chip company.
Ooh,
The
they're
third thing that we
light.
did was we talked about this new type of software called NIMS.
Really light.
These large language models are miracles. ChatGPT is a miracle. It's a miracle
they
not
look
just in what
beautiful.
it's able to do, but the team that
really
put it so that you
block
can
out the
interact
noise,
with
too.
ChatGPT in very high response rate. That is a world-class computer science organization. That is not a normal computer science organization. The OpenAI team that's working on this stuff is world-class, is a world-class team, some of the best in the world. Well, in order for every company to be able to build their own AI, operate their own AI, deploy their own AI, run it across multiple
Cat
clouds,
ears, huh?
somebody is going to have to go do that computer science for them. And so
Well-
instead of doing this for every single model, for every single company,
well, I
every
mean-
single configuration, we decided to create the
So,
tools and
in order to
tooling and
use
the
these, I have
operations,
to have them
and we're
plugged
going to
in.
package up large language models for the very
They're
first time.
not wireless.
And you could buy it.
I
You
can
know,
make
you
them
could just
wireless.
come to our
but
website, download it, and you can run it. And the way we charge you is all of those models are free.
I could
but
make them
when you run
wireless.
it,
There's a way to make these wireless.
when you
They're
deploy
like
it,
little batteries that
in an
attach
enterprise,
to the back of these things.
the,
But then
the
I
cost
don't
of
get
running it is
real-time
$4,500 per
audio
GPU
from
per
my
year.
microphone
Basically, the
to my
operating
ears. It's a
system
delay.
running that language model,
So
okay? And so the per instance,
like
the
a
per use
quarter-second
cost is
delay almost, or-
extremely low. It's very, very affordable.
I don't know, tenth of a second delay.
And,
Enough to
that
where
feels real
you
good.
start
Okay, we call that NIMS,
stuttering because you're
NVIDIA
hearing
Inference
yourself
Microservices.
a quarter second later than when you're actually saying it.
You're gonna have NIMS of computer vision.
It's hard.
You're gonna have NIMS of speech.
It's impossible to talk. You'll just start stuttering and
and text to speech. And you're gonna have, facial
you sound like
animation,
that.
You're gonna have,
It's impossible to talk.
Robotic articulation. You're gonna
So
have all
these
kinds of
have to be
different types of
plugged
NIMS.
in to
These NIMS,
my mixer.
the way that you would use it,
And when I
is you would download
travel,
it from our
which is what
website,
these are for,
and you would
I don't
fine-tune it with
bring
your
my
examples.
mixer and all that. My
You would give
GoXLR, I don't
examples.
bring
You
that.
said, you know,
So if I don't
the way
bring
that
that,
you
I can't
responded
bring
to that
these.
question isn't
And I'm-
exactly right. It might be right in another company, but it's not right in ours. And
So
I'm gonna give you,
this
some
allows me to have a
examples
microphone
that are exactly the way
that
you would like to have it.
gives me real-time
You show it your
voice
work
as
process.
well because
This is
it's
the way. This is what
all-
a good
all in
answer
one
looks
unit. The
like.
mixer
This
is on
what
here, so to
the right
speak.
answer looks like. Whole bunch of them.
the board.
And we have a system that helps you.
So I can
curate
stay
that
wireless with this
process
too.
That tokenize
That's what I
that. You know, all
My
of
other
the
one
AI
works,
processing that
it's
goes
just on
along
its
with
way
it,
out. I'm just
all the
kinda
data
sick of it,
processing that
so-
goes along with it.
Got a really good deal on this
Fine-tune
one.
that, evaluate that, guardrail that,
You want to hear
guardrail
something?
that
Oh,
so that
okay.
so that
Stackers, let's go,
your
16.
AIs
Cat ears.
are
You
very
hear yourself
effective,
talk when you
number
stream?
one,
Yeah.
Also very
Like
narrow.
when I
And the
talk,
reason why you want it to be very
I hear
narrow
myself.
is because if you're a retail company,
What are you all talking about?
you know, you would prefer your AI just didn't pontificate about some random stuff. Okay, and so whatever the questions are,
The only thing I don't
guards
like
the
about this
guardrails in the
setup,
back
and I
to
like better on
that
my old
lane.
setup,
And so that guardrailing system
is the
another
microphone
AI. So we have
is
all these different AIs
detachable.
that help you
and the other one, the microphone
customize our
flipped
NIMs,
into
and you could create all kinds of
headphones.
different NIMs. And we've
When you play a video game,
we
hear
gave some
yourself
frameworks
talk.
for many of them.
If I'm speaking
And,
into a mic, what
one
are you
of the very
talking about?
important ones is understanding proprietary data, because every company has
Are
proprietary
you like
data.
trolling me?
And
I don't
so
know what
we
you're saying.
created, a microservice
If I'm
called
playing a
Retriever.
game,
It's state of the art, and it helps you take your database, which is structured or unstructured images, or graphs. Or
if I'm
charts
playing
or
a game
whatever
and
it
I'm
is,
talking in
and
it,
we
yeah, I
help
hear
you
myself.
embed them. We help you extract the meaning.
Am I the
out of that
crazy
data.
one? So
And then
wait,
we
you're
take the
telling
meaning,
me,
it's called
Greeny,
semantics,
that
and with
you
the
don't
semantics
hear
embedded
your
in a vector,
voice in
that
your
vector
headset
is now
when you talk?
indexed into a new database, a vector database. Okay, and that vector database, then afterwards you can just talk to it. You say, hey, how many
No.
mammals do I have? And for example. And
Well, it's been
goes in
forever
there and
since
says,
I played
hey, look
one,
at that,
but
you have a
when I
cat, you have a
did,
dog,
absolutely hear
you have a
myself.
giraffe. He says, this is what you have in inventory.
And you can change.
In your warehouse.
Now, granted, I'm playing with
Okay, so on and so forth. All right, and so
Go XLR when I played.
I
But yeah, I want to
all
hear
of that is
feedback.
on Nemo.
It's when you
And
talk
we
in
have
real
experts to
life,
help
you
you.
hear yourself.
And then we
Why
put
would you
our-
want any different?
we-
You don't
we
want to talk
play
like
the,
this.
canonical,
You don't know how loud you
NVIDIA
are or whatever. So you
infrastructure
set
called
your
DGX
voice
Cloud
volume
in all
based
the
off
world's
of
clouds.
what real life
And
sounds
so we
like.
have DGX Cloud in AWS. We have DGX Cloud in Azure. We have DGX Cloud in GCP. and
This
OpenAI.
isn't a hard
And so
concept.
we work with the world's enterprise companies.
When you have these
including
wireless
enterprise
headphones,
IT
you
companies,
totally can
and we
hear
create
yourself
these
unless you
great
turn that
AI
part
Shout out
off.
to your ACMU
When
Alpha
they're
Tango
done,
Michael
they can run in
Uniform. Share
DGX
seeing an
Cloud,
increase of activity, new
which
lows,
means
ATMU.
we're effectively bringing customers to the world's clouds. A platform like us, a platform company, brings system
Thank you,
makers
Jay Gel.
customers. And CSPs are system makers. They rent systems instead of sell systems, but they're system makers. And so we bring customers to our
so
CSPs,
stupid.
which is a very sensible thing to do. Just as we brought customers to HP and Dell and IBM and Lenovo.
It's
and so on
not
and so forth,
entirely
and Supermicro,
different. It's the same
CoreWeave,
concept. You're
so on and so
literally
forth.
plugging your
We bring
ears
customers to
by
CSPs
putting
because a platform
plugging
company
your
does
ears
that.
from your
Does that make
voice
sense?
by putting a
If you're
headset
platform
on,
company,
and you
create
hear
opportunities
your
for everybody
voice
in your
feedback through your
ecosystem.
mic, so
And
you can.
The DGX Cloud allows
So it's
us to
normal
land
feeling.
all of these enterprise applications in the world CSPs.
I
And
don't
if
know
they
why
wanna
this is
do
a
it
hard
on-prem,
concept.
we
I
have
can't believe some of
partnerships
you
with
game
Dell that we
without
announced yesterday,
hearing
HP
yourself talk.
and others,
Unless you have
that
open
you can
backed
land those
headset,
NIMs
where
in their systems. And
therefore
then
you
I
don't
talked
need
about
that.
the next wave of AI, which is really about industrial AI. This, that the vast majority of the world's industries, the largest in dollars,
Then it's the same thing
are
minus
heavy
the.
industries. And heavy industries have
Whatevers.
never really benefited from IT. They've not benefited from a lot of the design and all of the it's called not digitization, but digitalization, putting it to use. They've not benefited from digitalization, not like our industry. And because our industry is completely digitalized, our technology advance is insanely great. We don't call it.
When you talk on a
discovery,
phone,
we
you
call
can
it
hear.
design.
I think you can hear yourself.
Why did they call it drug
Take that
discovery?
back. I don't know if that's true or not.
Tomorrow
You don't
will be
need to
different than
because
yesterday.
You don't
Because it
have two
is.
things in your ears.
And it's so much.
Never mind.
It's
Bad
so
example there.
complicated. It's so complicated biology. It's so change. And
Bad
the
example.
longitudinal,
Disregard.
impact
Stick
is
both to my
so
original
great,
point.
Because as you know, life evolves at a different rate than transistors, and so therefore, cause and effect is harder to monitor because it happens over a large
Can't believe this guy sent it UPS. What a waste of money.
Time. These are very complicated problems. Physics is very similar. Okay, industrial physics is very similar, and so we finally have the ability, using large language models, the same technologies, if we can tokenize proteins, if we can tokenize words, tokenize speech, tokenize images, we can tokenize articulation. This is no different than speech, right? We can tokenize proteins moving. That's no different than speech, okay? We can tokenize all these different things. We can tokenize physics. Then we can understand its meaning, just like we've understood the meaning of words. If we can understand its meaning and we can connect it to other modalities, then we can do generative AI.
BA, Boeing
I just
Defense,
explained very
Space and
quickly
Security
that
Division
the-
suppliers
the-
delivered 80%
12
on
years
time
ago, I saw
in
it,
2023 amid supply
our
chain
company saw
snags.
it
That from a
with ImageNet.
spokesperson reporting to Reuters. That's
The
BA
big breakthrough
Boeing.
was literally 12 years ago. We said, interesting, but what are we actually looking at? Interesting, but what are you looking at? ChatGPT, I would say, everybody should say interesting, but what are we looking at? What are we looking at? We are looking at a computer software that can emulate you, emulate us. By reading our words, it's emulating the production of our words. Why, if you can tokenize words and if you could tokenize articulation, for example, why can't it imitate us and generalize it in a way that ChatGPT has? So the ChatGPT moment for robotics has got to be around the corner. And so we want to.
Oh, Billy Jensen, that's what we want to hear. Oh, sign me up.
That enables these AIs to be able to practice in a physically based world, and we call it Omniverse. Omniverse is not a tool. Omniverse is not even an engine. Omniverse are APIs, technology APIs that supercharge other people's tools. And so I'm super excited about the announcement with Dassault. They're connecting to Omniverse API to supercharge 3D Excite. Microsoft has connected it to Power BI. Rockwell has connected it to their tools for industrial automation. Siemens has connected to their, so it's a bunch of APIs that is physically based, and it produces image or articulation, and it connects a whole bunch of different environments. And so these APIs are intended to supercharge third-party tools, and I'm super delighted to see
Say super one more time.
the adoption across it, particularly in industrial automation. And so those are the
light
5
headset.
things that we did. I'll do this next one very quickly. I'm sorry I took longer than I should, but let me do this next one really quickly. Look at that. All right, so this chart, don't overstare at it, but it's basically, it communicates several things. On top are developers. NVIDIA is a market maker, not share taker. The reason for that is everything we do doesn't exist when we started doing it. There is no such, you just go up and down. In fact, even originally, 3D computer games didn't exist when we started working on it. And so we had to go create the algorithms necessary. Real-time ray tracing did not exist until we created it. And so all of these different capabilities did not exist until we created it. And once we created it, there are no applications for it. So we had to go cultivate and work with developers to integrate this technology we have just created so that applications could be benefited by it. I just explained that for Omniverse. We invented Omniverse. We didn't take anything from anybody. It didn't exist. And in order for it to be useful, we now have to have developers. Dassault, Ansys, Cadence, so on and so forth. Does that make sense? Rockwell, Siemens. We need the developers to take advantage of our APIs, our technologies. Sometimes they're in the form of an SDK. In the case of Omniverse, I'm super proud that it's in the form of cloud APIs, because now it's so easy to use. You could use it in both ways, but APIs are much, much easier to use. Okay? And we host Omniverse in the Azure cloud. And notice, whenever we connect it to a customer, we create an opportunity for Azure. So Azure is on the foundation. They're a system provider. Back in the old days, system providers used to be OEMs, and they continue to be. But system providers on the bottom, developers on top. We invent technology in the middle. The technology that we invent happens to be chip last. It's software first. And the reason for that is without a developer, there will be no demand for chips. And so NVIDIA is an algorithm company first. And we create these SDKs. They call them DSLs, domain-specific libraries. SQL is a domain-specific library. You might have heard of Hadoop is a domain-specific library in storage computing. NVIDIA's cuDNN is potentially the most successful domain-specific library short of SQL the world's ever seen. cuDNN is the domain-specific library. It's computation engine library for deep neural networks. Without DNN, none of them would have been able to use CUDA. So DNN was invented. Real-time ray tracing optics, which led to RTX. Make sense? And we have hundreds of domain-specific libraries. Omniverse is a domain-specific library. And these domain-specific libraries are integrated with developers on the software side, which then, when the applications are created and there's demand for that application, creates opportunities for the foundation below. We are market makers, not share takers. Does that make sense? And so what's the takeaway? The takeaway is you can't create markets without software. It has always been the case. That has never changed. You could build chips to make software run better, but you can't create a new market without software. What makes NVIDIA unique is that we're the only chip company, I believe, that can go create its own market. And notice all the markets we're creating. That's why we're always talking about the future. These are the things that we're working on. We really, nothing would give me more joy to work with the entire industry to create the computer-aided drug design industry. Not drug discovery industry, drug design industry. We had to do drug design the way we do chip design, not chip discovery, you know? And so I expect every single chip next year to be better than the one before, not as if I'm looking for, you know, truffles, you know, which is discovery. Some days are good, some days are less good, okay? All right, so we have developers on top. We have our foundation on the bottom. The developers want something very, very simple. They want to make sure that your technology is performant, but they have to solve a problem that they couldn't solve any other way. But the most important thing for a developer is install base. And the reason for that is they don't sell hardware. Their software doesn't get used if nobody has the hardware to run it. Okay? So what developers want is install base. That has not changed since the beginning of time, has not changed now. Artificial intelligence, if you develop artificial intelligence software and you want to deploy it so that people could use it, you need install base. Second, the systems companies, the foundation companies, they want killer apps. That's the reason why killer app word.
Good banana. Jeez, another 10? What are you trading now, dude?
There's customer demand, you can sell hardware.
You're freaking an
And so it
animal.
turns
You
out
are an animal.
This loop is insanely hard to kickstart.
I smell money. Okay.
And how many accelerated computing platforms can you really,
just keep
really build?
SMCI.
Can you have an accelerated computing platform for generative AI, as well as industrial robotics, as well as quantum, as well as 6G, as well as weather prediction, and you can have all these different versions, because some of it is good at fluids, some of it is good at particles, some of it is good at biology, some of it is good at, you know, robotics, some of it is good at AI, some of it's good at SQL. The answer is no. You need a sufficiently general purpose accelerated computing platform. Just as the last computing platform was insanely successful because it ran everything. Now NVIDIA it's taken us a long
Congrats,
time.
dude.
But we
What a
basically
move.
run everything. If your software is accelerated, I am very certain it runs on NVIDIA. Does that make sense? Okay. If you have accelerated software, I am very, very certain it runs on NVIDIA.
Jeez.
And the reason for that is because it probably ran on NVIDIA first. Okay. All right. So this is the NVIDIA architecture. I spoke.
I can't
about
stand-
Whenever I
can't
give
stand,
keynotes, I tend to touch on
His
all
stupid
of them.
leather jackets. I can't
Different
stand it.
pieces of it. Some new things that we did in the middle. In this case, Blackwell. I spoke about. There were so many good stuff, and you really ought to go to our talks. There's like 1,000 talks. 6G research. How's 6G going to happen? Of course, AI. Of course, AI. And what are you going to use the AI for? Robotic MIMO. Why is MIMO so pre-installed? Meaning that why does the algorithm come before the site? We should have site-specific MIMO, just like robotic MIMO. And so reinforcement learning, and it deals with, you know, the environment. And so 6G, of course, is going to be software-defined. Of course, it's going to be AI. Quantum computing, of course, we should be
Shut up,
a
Joe.
great
Ban
partner
yourself.
for the quantum computing industry. How else are you going to drive a quantum computer? To have the world's fastest computer sitting next to it. And how are you going to simulate a quantum computer, emulate a quantum computer? What is the programming model for a quantum computer? You can't just program a quantum computer all by itself. You need to have classical computing sitting next to it. And so the quantum would be kind of a quantum accelerator. And so that who should go do that? Well, we've done that, and so we work with all the industry on that. So across the board, some really, really great stuff. I wish I could have covered all. We could have a whole keynote just on all that stuff, but we covered the whole gamut. Okay, so that was kind of yesterday. Thank you for that.
Okay, we have them going around, and we'll see if we can.
I think a Wayfair, letter W, sure seeing a spike in activity, new highs for Wayfair.
Question that I'm sure first question goes, if you could have done the keynote in 10 minutes, why didn't you just do yesterday in 10 minutes? Good question.
Hi, Jensen.
Hi.
Ben Reitzes with Melius Research. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. It's a
Thank you,
pretty
Ben.
big thrill, I think, for all of us. So I wanted to ask you a little bit more about your vision with software. You are creating industries. You have a full stack approach. It's clear your
FTEL.
software makes your chips run better. Do you feel that your software business over the long term could be as big as your chip business? How do you look at, if we look in 10 years, are you, and you're not a chip company, but what do you think you look like, given what
Gonna be
you're
a freaking chip
seeing
company. What a
with the
dumb
momentum in
question.
software and how you're building those industries? It would seem like you're going to be a lot more.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. First of all, I appreciate all of you coming.
Marbles and
This is-
buying dirt.
This is a very, very
Not so
different
much
type
buying
of a-
dirt.
of a-
Occasional
of a
marbles
event, I'm
whenever
sure.
Pizza Wrangler
Most of the
shows up.
talks are software talks, and they're all computer scientists, and they're talking about algorithms. What the NVIDIA software stack is about two things. It's either algorithms that help the computer run better. TensorRT LLM. It's insanely complicated algorithm. And it explores the computing space in a way that most compilers never have to do. And TensorRT LLM can't even be built without a supercomputer. And it's very likely that TensorRT in the future, TensorRT LLM in the future, actually just have to run on a supercomputer all the time. And in order to optimize AIs for everybody's computer. And so that optimization problem is very, very complicated. So that would be an example of software that we create. That optimization, the runtime. The second software we create is whenever there's an algorithm where the principled algorithm is well known, for example, Navier-Stokes, however, Schrödinger's equations, however, maybe the expression of it in a supercomputing or accelerated computing or real-time way, ray tracing is a great example, real-time way, has never been discovered. Does it make sense? Okay, and so as you know, Navier-Stokes is insanely complicated algorithm. And to be able to refactor that in a way that can run in real time is insanely complicated as well and requires a lot of invention. And some of the inventions, some of our computer scientists in our company have Oscars. They're award-winning computer scientists because they've solved these problems at such a large scale that they could use it for movies. And their inventions their algorithms, their data structures are computer science in itself, okay? And so we'll dedicate ourselves to these two layers. And then when you package it all, back in the old days, that's useful for entertainment, media and entertainment, science, so on and so forth. But today, because AI has brought this technology so close to application, simulating molecules used to be a thing that you do in universities. Now you can do that at work. And so as we now reformulate all of these algorithms for the consumption of enterprise, it becomes enterprise software. Enterprise software like nobody's ever seen before. We're going to put them in NIMs, these packages. We'll have hundreds of them, and we'll manufacture these things, and support them.
On letter W, note
keep them performant.
a commentary up by Mizuho with a
So
buy
we'll
rating and
produce
$72 price
NIMs
target
at a
that's
very
been
large
circulated for
scale, is my
Wayfair.
guess. And this is going to be, we call that underneath, the entire bucket of software we call NVIDIA AI Enterprise. A NIM is basically an AI in a microservice for enterprise. And so my expectation is that this is going to be a very large business. And this is the part of the industrial revolution. If you saw that, there's the IT industry, okay, today.
Letter W, Wayfair getting a
SAPs
pop here.
and great companies, ServiceNows and Adobes and Autodesk and Canes, that layer, that's today's IT industry. That's not where we're going to play. we're going to play on the layer above. That layer above is a bunch of AIs, and these algorithms, really, we're the right company to go build them. And so we'll build some with them, we'll build some ourselves, but we'll package them up and deploy it at enterprise scale. Okay, and so I appreciate you asking the question. And while she's walking there, go ahead. Yeah. No.
Hi, Vivek Arya from Bank of America Securities. Thank you, Jensen. Thank you, Colette, for the presentation. So, Jensen, my question is perhaps a little more near to medium term, which is just the size of the addressable market. Because your revenues have gotten big so quickly, and when I look at how much they represent as a percentage of the spending of some of your large customers, they're like 30, 40, 50%, right? Sometimes more. But when I look at how much money they are
Earlier today,
generating
Mizuho
from
initiated
generative
coverage
AI,
on
it's like less
Wayfair
than
with a
10%
buy
of the
rating and
sales.
$72
So
price
how
target.
long
That's
can
letter
this
W
gap
shares now
persist, right? And then more importantly, are we
popping,
kind of midway
hitting a high of
through, how
62.27.
much of the spending can be spent on your products? So just, I think
That's
in the
letter
past you've
W.
given us kind of a $1 trillion market going to $2 trillion. If you could just educate us on how large the market is and where are we in that adoption curve based on how much it can be, based on how much it's being monetized in the near to medium term. Thank
Okay. I'm going to first give you the super condensed version, and I'll come back and work it out. Okay, so the answer for how big the market is, how big we can be, has to do with the size of the market and what we sell. Remember, what we sell is a data center. I just broke it into parts. But in the end, I sold the data center. Notice the last image you saw at the keynote. It's a reminder of what we actually sell. We showed a bunch of chips, but remember, we don't really sell that. The chips don't work all by themselves. You can buy the chips, but they don't work. You need to build them into a system, and most importantly, the system software and the ecosystem stack is really complicated. And so NVIDIA builds entire data centers for AI. And we just break it up into parts so that it fits into your company. So that's number one. What do we sell, and what's the opportunity? The opportunity for the world today, the data center size is $1 trillion, right? And it's $1 trillion worth of installed, $250 billion a year. We sell an entire data center in parts, and so our percentage of that $250 billion per year is likely a lot higher than somebody who sells a chip. It could be a GPU chip or a CPU chip or a networking chip. That opportunity hasn't changed from before. But what NVIDIA makes is an accelerated computing platform data center scale. Okay? And so our percentage of $250 billion will likely be higher than the past. Now, second question, how sustainable is it? There are two answers for that. One reason that you buy NVIDIA is for AI. If you would just build TPUs, if your GPU is only used for one application, then you have to hang your hat on 100% of that. What can you monetize of AI today?
I never made 150,000 in one day.
However,
you dreaming about me though?
if your value proposition is that AI token generation, but that AI training the model, and very importantly, reducing the cost of computing, accelerated computing, sustainable computing, energy efficient.
Most I ever made one day was
That's what NVIDIA does for a
86,000.
living at its core. It's just that we did it
Oh, we're
so
green today.
well that
Like
generative AI
$10.
was created. Okay, and now people forgot that it's a little bit like our first application was computer graphics, and the first application was games. We did that so well, and we did it so passionately.
Yeah,
people
86K
forgot
was my
we're
biggest
an
day ever.
accelerated computing company. They thought, hey, you're a gaming company. And a whole generation of young people grew up, and once they learned, they used Reba 128, and they went to college with GeForce, and then when they finally became an adult, they thought you were a gaming company. And so we do accelerated computing so well, we do AI so well, people think that that's all we do. But accelerated computing is it's $250 billion a year. $250 billion a year should go to accelerated computing with or without AI. Just for the sake of a sustainable computing. Just to process SQL, which is, as you guys know, one of the largest consumption of computing in the world.
Ticker NVIDIA, November
So
Victor
I
Delta
would say
Alpha,
doing-
shares seeing
doing
increased
well in the
activity.
US
Note
is
headline,
something that we know,
NVIDIA
right?
does see an
And then
annual
top of that
market
is
opportunity in
generative AI.
data center of 250 billion.
How sustainable do I think generative AI is going to be? You know how I feel about it. I think we're going to be generating words, images, videos, proteins, chemicals, kinetic action, manipulation. We're going to be generating forecasts. We're going to be generating bill plans. We're going to be generating bill of materials. We're going to be generating.
Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, making comments.
Hi, Jensen, Colette, thanks. It's Stacy Rasgon, Bernstein Research. I wanted to ask about the interplay between CPUs and GPUs. Most of the benchmarks, if not all of them that you showed yesterday, were really around the Grace Blackwell system that had, I guess, 2 GPUs and 1 CPU, sort of doubled the CPU per GPU ratio versus Grace Hopper. You didn't talk a lot about benchmarks relative to the standalone GPUs. Is this a shift? Are you guys looking for much more CPU content, I guess, in these AI servers going forward? And then how do I think about the interplay between the ARM CPUs that you're developing and x86? Seems like you're putting a little less emphasis on the x86 side of things going forward.
Yeah, Stacy, appreciate the question. There's actually zero concern about either one of them. I think x86 and ARM are both perfectly fine for data centers. There's a reason why Grace is built the way it is. Grace is built in such a way. The benefit of ARM is that we could mold the NVIDIA system architecture around the CPU, so that we could create this thing called chip-to-chip.
NVIDIA's CEO said total addressable market for accelerated computing could total $250 billion per year.
Touches
that
a
at
register,
a
it invalidates
conference
the same register on the GPU side. As a
at
result,
the
two sides can work together on one
conference,
variable
NVIDIA conference,
coherently.
NVDA.
You can't do that today between
TAK
x86.
Takeda
Ticker
announced
ARM Alpha
FDA
Romeo
approval of
Michael,
supplemental new
CEO
drug
Jensen Huang,
application
makes
for
Mike
Iclusig in
comments
adult
on
patients with
technology.
newly
And
diagnosed
as a result, Grace
PH
Hopper
plus
is
ALL.
insanely great
That
for
is
CAE
Tango Alpha Kilo.
applications, which is multi-physics. Some of it is running on CPUs, some of it is running on GPUs.
Year to date, I'm up about
insanely great
50%. I
for-
think it's 50%.
For different combinations of CPU and GPUs. So that
40
we
or
can have very large
50%.
memories
It's good
associated
percent.
with each,
Dollar
maybe
amount, I'm
one
not-
GPU or 2 GPU
I'm not killing it.
coherently. And so we can solve some of
But-
these problems. Data processing, for example, insanely great on Grace Hopper. Okay, and so it's just harder to solve. not
Percent-wise,
because
I'm doing
the
fine.
CPU itself, but because we couldn't adapt the system. Second, the reason why
New
I showed,
Star Wars trailer? For a
I
show or
will
a
say
movie?
that there was one chart where I showed Hopper versus Blackwell on x86 systems, B100, B200.
All right.
And then also
Year to date,
GB200,
I am up 48%.
which is the Grace Blackwell. The benefit of Grace Blackwell in that case wasn't because the CPU is better. It's because in the case of Grace Blackwell, we were able to create a larger NVLink domain. And that larger NVLink domain is really, really important for the next generation of AI. The next 3 years, the next 5 years, which is as far as we can
equates
see
to
right
like
now, if you really want a good inference,
$20,500.
Shares of
Mr.
DLR
Business Show is
Digital
trying to
Realty
deliver.
Trust getting a pop here
We're gonna talk more
off of
about
that
this. It's abundantly
announcement
clear now,
from
these large language models,
the
they're
NVIDIA
never gonna
CEO
fit on
setting the
one
total
GPU.
addressable market for
I
accelerated
did, and I forgot all
computing
about
could
it.
total
Anyways,
250
and
billion per
in order
year.
for you to be sufficiently responsive and have high throughput to keep the cost down,
Acolyte?
you need
Isn't this
a
the
lot
game?
more GPUs than what you even fit in. And in order to have a lot of GPUs working together without the overhead, the I/O overhead getting in the way, you need NVLink. NVLink's benefit in inference. Everybody always thought NVLink's benefit is in training. NVLink's benefit in
watch that later.
inference is off the charts. That's the difference between 5x and 30x. That was another 6x. It's all NVLink. NVLink and the new Tensor Core, excuse me. Yeah. Okay. And so Grace gives us the ability to architect the system exactly as we need it, and it's harder to do it with x86. That's all. But we support both. We'll have 2 versions of both, and And in the case of B100, it just slides into where H100 and H200 goes into. And so the adoption, the transition for Hopper to Blackwell is instantaneous. The moment it's available, you just slide it in, and then you can figure out what to do about the next data center. Okay, so we get the benefit of extremely excellent performance at its limit of the architecture, as well as easy peasy transition.
Thank you.
Hey there, it's Matt Ramsey from TD Cowen. Hey, Jensen, Colette, thank you. Good morning for doing this. I wanted, Jensen, for you to comment on a couple topics that I've been noodling on. One of which
So what do you think about DWS turning into
NIMS that you guys talked about yesterday?
DJT on Monday?
Like a vertical specific accelerant.
Oh, did they finally vote for
AIE and onboard customers more quickly?
MITK, MITech, providing update on the filing of its
company is going.
I don't think
10K for 2023 transmittal issues to SEC's executive
I
filing
think the
system,
stock just
causing a
moves off of
delay.
Trump
That is
wins
Michael
and
India
losses
Tango
or
Kilo.
whatever.
My team's been spending a good bit of time on power. I'm trying to decide if I should spend more time there or less. Some of the systems you introduced yesterday are up to 100 kilowatts or more. I know that scale of computing couldn't be done without the integration that you guys are doing, but also we're getting questions on power generation at a macro level, power delivery to the cabinet at that density. I just would love to hear your thoughts about how your company is working with the industry to power these systems. Thanks.
Okay, I'll start with the second first. Power delivery, 100 kilowatts, as you know, for a computer is a lot, but 100 kilowatts is a commodity. You guys know that, right? The world needs a lot more than 120 kilowatts. And so the absolute amount of power is not an issue. The delivery of the power is not an issue. And the physics of delivering the power is not an issue. And cooling 120 kilowatts is not an issue. We can all agree on that. Okay, and so none of this is a physics problem. None of this requires invention. All of it requires supply chain planning. Make sense? So that's the way that, and how big of a deal is supply chain planning? A lot. I mean, we take it very, very seriously. And so we think about supply chain planning all the time, and you got to go, the reason why we have great partnerships with, I think if you look up Vertiv, I think the front page is a paper that we wrote together. You know, so Vertiv, NVIDIA engineers working on cooling systems, okay? And so Vertiv is very important in the supply chain of designing liquid-cooled and otherwise data centers. We have great partnerships with Siemens. We have great partnerships with Rockwell, Schneider, for all good reasons. This is exactly the same as having great partnerships with TSMC and, you know, Samsung and Spill and, you know, Wistron and so on and so forth. And so we're going to have to go, you know, our company supply chain relationships are quite broad and quite deep. And the fact that we build our own data centers really helped that. You know, we've been building supercomputers now for quite some time. This is not our first time. Our first supercomputer was DGX-1 in 2016.
VRT, Vertiv Holdings,
year.
getting a pop here,
And this year we're building
7505, hearing
And so
mentioned at the
fact that we're
NVIDIA
building
conference.
it gives us, you know, tactile, you know, sensation of who we're working with, who are the best, and we do.
Is this stream slow? I didn't hear him say VRT.
NIMS. There are two
Did he say it?
two ways to onboard into enterprise. There's the most impactful way, and then there's the other way. Okay, they're both important. I'll start with the other. The other way is.
Let's take a VRT, Victor Romeo Tango. Sure, seeing a spike in activity. It's CEO Jensen Huang on mentions for VRT on NVIDIA.
Applications. And that's going to have a whole thing. That's going to have a whole thing. Okay, and so that go-to-market includes, you know, large GSIs and smaller specialized GSIs, and you know, so on and so forth. Okay. We have lots of partnerships in that area.
I think our VRT continues to see heavy activity, new highs. The Romeo Tango.
Really quite exciting, and I think that this is really where big action is going to happen. Is the $1 trillion of enterprise companies in the world? They create tools today. In the future, they're going to offer you tools plus co-pilots. Remember, the single most the single most pervasive tool in the world is Office, and they're now co-pilots for Office. There's another tool that is, super important to NVIDIA: Synopsys, Cadence, Ansys. We would like to have co-pilots for all of them. Notice we're building co-pilots for our own tools. We call them Chip Nemo, and Chip Nemo is super smart, and Chip Nemo now understands NVIDIA lingo, NVIDIA chip talk, and it knows how to program NVIDIA programs. And so every engineer that we hire, the first thing we're going to tell them is, here's Chip Nemo, and then there's the bathroom, and then there's the cafeteria. And so in that order, And so they'll be productive right away. While they're eating lunch, they could, Chip Nemo could be doing some stuff. And that just gives you an example. But we have co-pilots that are being built on top of our own tools all over the place. Most companies probably can't do this, and we can teach the GSIs to do this. But in the area of these tools, Cadence and others, they're going to build their own co-pilots. And they will hire them out as engineers. I think they're sitting on a gold mine. SAP is going to do that. ServiceNow is going to do that. And they're very specialized co-pilots. They understand languages like, in the case of SAP, ABAP. Isn't that right? Which is a language that only an SAP lover would love. And as you know, ABAP is a very important language for the world's ERP systems. Every company runs on it. We use ABAP. And so now they have to go create a chat ABAP, and that chat ABAP will, just like Chip Nemo or chat USD that we created for Omniverse. And so Siemens will do that, Rockwell will do that, so on and so forth. Does that make sense? And that, I think, is another way you get to enterprise. And that ServiceNow is going to do that. They lots and lots of co-pilots that they're building, and that's how they can create another industry on top of their current industry. It's almost like an AI workforce industry. Yeah, I'm super excited about the partnerships we have with all of them. I'm so excited for them. Every time I see them, I tell them, Andrew, you're sitting on a gold mine. Sassine, you're sitting on a gold mine. I mean, I'm so excited for them.
Jensen, hi, it's Tim Arcuri at UBS. I had a question also about the TAM, and it's more greenfield versus brownfield, because up until now, H100 was pretty much all greenfield. So people weren't taking A100s and ripping them out and replacing them with H100s. Could B100 be the first time where you see some brownfield upgrades where we go in and we rip out A100s and we replace them with B100s, so that maybe the TAM, if the 1 trillion goes to 2 trillion, you have a 4-year replacement cycle, you're talking about 500 billion, but much of that growth comes from upgrading the existing installed base. I wonder if you can comment on that.
Yeah, a really good question. Today, we are upgrading the slowest computers in the data center, which would be the CPUs. And so that's what should happen. And then eventually,
Sup, Kuno? Very break even day right now.
Hoppers. I do believe that in 5, 6, 7, 8 years, we're going to be in the, pick your year out there. I'm not picking one. I'm just saying, in the outer years, you're going to start seeing replacement cycles, obviously, of our own infrastructure. Yeah, but I wouldn't think that that's the best utilization of capital at the moment. Amperes are super productive, as you know.
Yeah, hi, Jensen. It's Brett Simpson here at Arete Research, and thanks for hosting a great event this last couple of days. My question was on inference. I wanted to get your perspective on, you put up some good performance numbers with the B100 in terms of how inference compares with H100. What's the message you're giving to customers on cost of ownership around this new platform, and how do you think it's going to compare with ASICs or other inference platforms in the industry? Thank you.
I think for language models, large language models, Blackwell with the new transformer engine and NVLink is going to be very, very, very hard to overcome. And the reason for that is the dimensionality of the problem is so large. and TensorRT, LLM, this exploration tool, this optimization compiler that I talked about. The architecture underneath the tensor cores are programmable. NVLink allows you to connect a whole bunch of GPUs working in tandem with very, very low overhead, basically no overhead, okay? And so as a result, 64 GPUs is the same as one, programmatically. It's incredible. And so when you have 64 GPUs, without overhead, without this NVLink overhead, if you have to go over the network like Ethernet, it's over. You just wasted everything. And because they all have to communicate with each other, it's called all-to-all. Whenever all have to communicate each other, the slowest link is the bottleneck, right? It's no different than having a city on one side of the river, having a city on the other side of the river. That bridge, that's it. That's the throughput that defines the throughput, okay? And that bridge will be Ethernet. On one side is NVLink, on the other side is NVLink, Ethernet in the middle. It makes no sense, so we have to turn that into NVLink. And now we have all of the GPUs working together, generating tokens one at a time. Remember, the tokens cannot be, it's not as if you splat out a token.
Nice work.
Because the tokens, the transformer has to generate the tokens one at a time in sequence. And so this is a very complicated parallel computing problem. Okay, and so I think Blackwell has raised the bar a lot. Just mountains, utterly mountains, ASIC or otherwise.
Thanks, Stuart. Hello, Jensen, Colette, CJ Muse with Cantor. Thank you for hosting this, and it's great to see you both. Question on your pricing strategy. Historically, you talked about the more you buy, the more you save, but it sounds like initial pricing on Blackwell is coming in at perhaps maybe a lower premium than the productivity that you're offering. So curious, as you think about maybe Razor Blade, and selling software and the full system, how that might cause you to kind of evolve your pricing strategy, and how we should think about kind of normalized margins within that construct. Thank you.
The pricing that we create always starts from TCO. I appreciate that.
I'm going to take a COCH, Charlie Oscar, Charlie Hotel. Patent circulations on the name, COCH.
However, we also want to have the TCO not of the main body of customers.
Modular implant system.
So when the customers,
Cochlear.
When you only have one
received a
customers, let's say
COCH, NY Medical received a decision to grant European patent implantable modular cochlear implant system with communication system and network. That's COCH.
TCO is really very, very high, but the market size is quite small. In every single generation that goes by, our market size is growing, isn't that right? And we want to make the entire market be able to afford Blackwell. And so in a way, it's kind of a self-curing problem. As we solve for the TCO for a much larger problem, larger market, then some customers would get too much value, if you will. But that's okay. But you're making the business simpler, having one basic product, and you're able to support a very, very large market. Now, over time, if the market were to bifurcate, then we can always segment. But we're nowhere near that today. And so I think we have the opportunity to create a product that delivers extraordinary value for many, and extremely good value for all. And that's our purpose. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Joe Moore from Morgan Stanley. Seems like the most impressive specs that you showed were around GB200, which you just described as a function of having that bigger NVLink domain. Can you contrast what you're doing with GB200 with what you did with GH200, and why you think it could be a much bigger product this time around?
Oh, great question. The simple answer is GH200.
BMR?
Grace Hopper, before it could really take off significantly, Grace Blackwell is already here. And Grace Hopper had the additional burden that Hopper didn't have. Hopper fit right into where Ampere left off. A100s went to H100s. They're going to go to B100s, you know, so on and so forth. And so that particular chassis or that particular use case is fairly well established, and we're just
What's it doing? Breaking a
Software's built
little bit of
for
a
it.
peak here.
People know how to
with
operate
volume.
it, so on and so forth. Grace Hopper
I could go for a BMR.
and it addressed a new class of
Sitting on that 20.
applications that we didn't address very well before.
CJYL hit.
And I was
scan
mentioning
again.
some of it earlier. You know, multi-physics problems with the CPU and GPU have to work closely together. Very large
Soon, 5 minutes.
data sets, so on and so forth. Difficult to parallelize, for example, those kind of problems. Grace Hopper was
Kind
really
of
good
looks a
for.
little like a rising wedge.
And so we started developing software for that. My recommendation for most customers is at this point, just gear up for Grace Blackwell. And I have given them that recommendation. And so everything that they do with Grace Hopper will be completely architecturally compatible. That's the wonderful thing. And so whatever they have, whatever they buy, is still fantastic. But I would recommend that they put all their energy into Grace Blackwell because it's so much better.
All these hands, and he doesn't. Oh.
Jensen, Colette, thanks for having us here today. I want to ask a question on robotics. It seems like every time we come back to GTC, you sneak something in at the end, and in a couple years we go, wow, he's been talking about that for a while. I heard this week you guys mentioned that robotics may be getting close to its ChatGPT moment. Can you describe what that means and where you start to see that robotics evolution and kind of like our day-to-day lives? That'd be super helpful. Thank you.
Okay, several things. First of all, I appreciate that. I showed Earth 2 years ago, and 2 years later we have this new algorithm that is able to do regional
I don't know. It's a
weather
Q&A.
prediction,
I don't know how long it goes for.
at 3
Maybe 1 o'clock.
kilometers.
I don't know.
The supercomputer you need to do that is 25 times larger, 25,000 times
Let's take a teledoc. TDOC shares CNA's flight connectivity, new highs. Tango Delta, Oscar
at
Charlie.
NOAA and in Europe and so on and so forth. 3-kilometer resolution is very, very, very high resolution, if you will, right above your head. Okay, and weather simulation also requires a whole lot of what is called ensembles because the world is chaotic, and you want to simulate a lot of distribution, sample a lot of different parameters, a lot of different perturbations, and try to figure out what is that distribution, and that the middle of that distribution likely is going to be the weather pattern. Well,
I agree,
it
Nick.
takes that
It's-
much energy just to do it one time.
I
and
think
then
it's
do it
going to be
one
like
more
that
time.
going into tomorrow,
In
too,
order
the
to
rate
predict
decision.
where weather is going to be a week from now, especially extreme weather,
Probably
if it
just gonna
changes so
s-
dramatically, you're going to need a lot of
Probably
what they
sleep
call
in tomorrow.
members, a lot of ensemble
Yeah,
members,
I wouldn't
a lot
blame
of
ya.
samplings. And so we're basically doing weather simulation 10,000 times. Okay, and because we trained an AI to understand physics, and it's physically plausible, and it can't hallucinate, and so it has to understand the laws of physics and such. And so 2 years ago I showed it today, and we connected into the most trusted source of weather in the world, the Weather Company. Okay, and so we're going to help people do regional weather all over the world. If you're a shipping company and you need to know weather conditions, if you're an insurance company, you need to know weather conditions. If you're in the Southeast Asia region, you have so many hurricanes and typhoons and things like that. You need some of this technology, and so we're gonna help people adapt it for their region and their use case. Well, I did that a couple of years ago. The ChatGPT moment kind of works like this. Take a step back and ask yourself, what happened with ChatGPT? The technology is insanely great, okay? It's really incredible. But there's several things that happened. One, it learned from a whole lot of human examples. We wrote the words, right? It was our words. So it learned from our human examples, and it generalized it. So it's not repeating back the words. So it can understand the context, and it can generate original form. It understood the context, means that it adapted to itself, or it adapted to the current circumstance, the context. And then the third thing is it could now generate original
Did.
tokens. Now I'm going to take everything back into tokens.
Where?
Forget words, just
Right
tokens
there.
now. Use all the same words that I just used, but replace words with tokens. If I could just figure out how to communicate with this computer, what this token means. Okay? If I can just tokenize this. Just as when you do speech recognition, you tokenized my sound, my voice. Just as when we reconstructed proteins, we tokenized the amino acids. If you can tokenize almost everything you can digitize. A simple way of representing each chunk of the data. Okay? So once you can tokenize it, then you can learn it. We call it learning the embeddings of it, the meanings of it. And so if I can tokenize motion, okay, the world, and I can generalize, and I can tokenize articulation, kinematics, and I can learn and generalize it, and then generate. I just did the ChatGPT moment. How's it any different? The computer doesn't know. Now, of course, the problem space is a lot more complicated because it's physical things. So you need this thing called alignment. And what was the great invention of ChatGPT? Reinforcement learning human feedback. Alignment, isn't that right? So it would try something, and you say, no, that's not as good as this. It would try something else, and you say, no, that's not as good as this. Human feedback, reinforcement learning, and it takes that reinforcement and improves itself. And so what is Omniverse for? Well, if it's in a robot, then how would you do feedback? And what is feedback about? It's physical feedback, physics feedback. It generated a movement to go pick up a cup, but it tipped a cup over. It needs a reinforcement learning to know when to stop. Does that make sense? And so that feedback system is not human. That feedback system is physics. And that physics simulation feedback is called Omniverse. So Omniverse is reinforcement learning, physical feedback.
S&P
which
futures
grounds
now
the AI
at the
to
highs,
physical world.
52.34 up
Just as
19.25.
reinforcement learning human feedback grounds the AI to human values. Are you guys following me? I just described two completely different domains using exactly the same concepts. And so what I've done is I've generalized general AI, and by generalizing it, I can reapply it somewhere else. And so we made this observation some time ago, and we started preparing for this. And now you're going to find that Isaac Sim, which is a gem on top of Omniverse, is going to be super, super
Finally a
successful
trade that
for just about anybody who's doing these
played nice.
robotic systems. We've created the operating system for robots.
Did you see my earlier call out move on? Did you take it? Yeah, it's on my watch list. I've been looking at it.
Corporate answer for all the questions you guys ask, but unfortunately, I only
We
know
were
how to
talking
answer
about, it broke
one
that
geek
diagonal
way.
in a big way.
Hi, I'm Atif Malik from Citigroup. I have a question for Colette. Colette, in your slides, you talked about availability for the Blackwell platform later this year. Can you be more specific? Is that
Nice work,
the
Cater.
October
Congrats.
quarter or the January quarter? And then on the supply chain readiness for the new products, is the packaging, particularly on the B200, CoWoS L, and how you getting your supply chain ready for the new products?
Yeah, so let me start with your second part of the question, talking about the supply chain readiness. That's something that we've been working well over a year, getting ready for these new products
NKGN?
coming to market. We feel so privileged to have the partners that work with us in developing
So it
our
already
supply
broke
chain.
the levels.
We've continued to work on resiliency and
Don't like
redundancy,
that, but
also
if you
you're
can get
right,
over that
moving
three,
into
what
new
is that,
areas,
310?
new areas of CoWoS, new areas of memory, and just a sheer volume of components and complexity of what we're building. So that's well on its way and will be here for when we are ready to launch our products. So there is also a part of our supply chain, as we talked earlier today, talking about the partners that will help us with the liquid cooling and the additional partners that will be ready in terms of building out the full of the data center. So this work is a very important part to ease the planning and the processing to put in all of our Blackwell different configurations. Going back to your first part of the question, which is when? When do we think we're going to come to market? Later this year, late this year, you will start to see our products come to market. Many of our customers that we have already spoken with, talked about the designs, talked about the specs, have provided us their demand desires. And that has been very helpful for us to begin our supply chain work, to begin our volumes and what we're going to do. It's very true, though, that on the onset of the very first one coming to market, there might be constraints until we can meet some of the demand that's put in front of us. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's right. And just remember that Hopper and Blackwell, they're used for people's operations. And people need to operate today.
Having a hard time with 3. I was hoping 3 would hold immediately.
You know, most of our customers have known about Blackwell now for some time, just so you know. Okay, so they've known about Blackwell, they've known about the schedule, they've known about the capabilities for some time.
1 minute play building here.
As soon as possible, we try to let people know so they can plan their data centers. And notice the Hopper demand doesn't change. And the reason for that is they have an operations they have to serve. They have customers today, and they have to run the business today, not next year.
AT&M Actinium price target raised to $30 at Maxim. Alpha Tango November Michael.
So
How was
like
that?
a geeky question on Blackwell and
Thank you.
the 2 dies.
Thank you.
And the 10 terabytes between the 2 dies. Can you tell us about how you achieve that? How much work you've put over the years into being able to achieve that technically, like from a manufacturing standpoint?
Not liking that at all.
And
The
then
5
how
minute
you
looks
see
like
the
ass now.
future
The cooler.
roadmap looking
Cooler stepped in,
further away?
boys.
Do you think we're going to see more and more dies getting together into a single
I'm gonna
package?
get it out.
So that's one side of my question.
Not
which
a
is
fan of
more
that.
on the chip and the architecture. And the other side is you must be seeing like all, you know, these models that are like Sam Altman said, behind the veil of ignorance. And so can you tell us about what you see and how you see the next generation of models influencing your
Wow, what a
architecture?
run there, Cheese. Congrats.
What is the direction of travel for GPU architecture for data center AI?
Yeah, I'll start with the second. This is one of the great things about being the platform where all AI research is done.
Stream Raiders,
And so
we
get the
stopped
benefits of
because
everything
we
that's
kept
going on
getting
Lake. And-
raided, so to
and,
speak.
and
Like
of
we
course,
get
all
one
next
round
generation
where there would
models
be
are
500
intended
people in it.
to push the
I don't
limits
know
of
where they'd
current
come from,
generation
and then all
systems to its
500 just come in
limit.
here. And then they'd
So,
leave.
large
And
context
it would
windows,
dick
for
you over
example,
the whole day.
insanely large context windows.
Just constantly lose because the game would
state
think,
space
oh, you had
vectors,
500 in there, then we need to
synthetic data
adjust our
generation,
enemies,
essentially
so to
models
speak.
talking to themselves.
It's very annoying. So we stopped.
Reinforcement learning, essentially AlphaGo of large language models. Tree search.
You want to see the good one? Of course I want to see the good one.
These models have to learn how to reason and do multipath
Is that the
planning.
good one? Is that what I'm looking at?
And so instead of one shot, you know, it's a little bit like us thinking we have to work through our plan. And
It's been a year since we
that
played
planning
Stream
system,
Raiders.
the
Maybe I'd
reasoning
fire it
system,
up one day and see if they fix their
multi-step reasoning
shit.
systems could be quite
But it was
abstract,
pretty annoying.
And the path could be quite long, just like. And so
Stay as
but
garbage.
SEEL,
much,
Silos
much more
Therapeutics,
difficult to
getting a
describe.
pop here. San Diego
And so
Echo Lima.
This whole area of research is super, super exciting. You know, the type of systems that we're going to see in the next several years, couple, 2-3 years, is unimaginable compared to today.
The company earlier announced
For the reasons I
that
described.
their
There is some concern about the amount of
ALS
internet data that's
treatment
available for training these
failed
models,
in a
but
trial that's
just not true.
SEEL.
You know, 10 trillion
Shares
tokens
now
is great,
down
but don't
about
forget synthetic data
26%
generation, models talking
at
to each other,
69 cents
reinforcement learning,
SEEL.
The amount of data you're going to be generating, it's going to take 2 computers to train each other. Today we have 1 computer training on data. Tomorrow it's going to be 2 computers, just right. Don't forget. Remember AlphaGo?
Made you
It's
play this
multiple
one?
systems playing against each other. Okay, so that we could do that as quickly as possible. And so some really exciting, groundbreaking work around the corner. All right. The one thing that we're certain is that the scale of our GPUs, they want to be even bigger. The SerDes of our company is world class, NVIDIA's SerDes are absolutely the world's best. The data rate and the energy consumed, the data rate, the picojoule per bit, in our company is unbelievably good. It is the reason why we're able to do NVLink. Remember, NVLink was because we could not make a chip big enough. And so we connected 8 of them together. This was in 2016. We're on NVLink Gen 5. The rest of the world doesn't even have NVLink Gen 1 yet. NVLink Gen 5 allows us to connect 576 chips together. They are together as far as I'm concerned. Does the data center so big, does it have to be this close together? No, not at all. And so it's okay to split them up 576 ways. And the SerDes are so low energy anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that, Kate.
Now, we can make even closer chips. Now, the reason why we want that is because the software cannot tell the difference. When you break up chips, the algorithm should be build the largest chip that lithography can make, and then put multiple of them together.
I'm calling it.
Whatever technology is available.
We're up like $16.
But you start by building the largest chip.
It's just too slow.
Otherwise, why do
I got other things I can do with this.
Back in the old days, we just kept pushing.
It's just too slow.
Right?
And
Monolithic
that's to be
establishment. And the reason
expected.
for
We
that
got
is because
FOMC tomorrow.
Data rate on chip and the energy
Fed rate
on
decision.
chip allows for the
That's the
programming to be
fireworks.
as
Get yourself a Taco Bell.
uniform as possible. You don't have these
$16,
things
$17.
Speaking of
My
geeking
last
out,
trip to
NUMA,
Taco Bell was
non-uniform memory
$30.
access, right?
I got
So
4
you don't have NUMA
tacos.
behavior. You don't have weird
I
cache behavior.
couldn't
You don't
believe
have memory
what I was
locality
paying.
behavior, which causes the programs to work differently.
Love and happy
than
profits. All
nodes,
great time.
the
Thanks for the
systems
daily
around
fun.
them.
No problem,
We
Cater.
want
Thanks
our
for sticking
software to run
around.
exactly the same way as they are.
You're our one girl
And
mascot
so
right now.
You start with the biggest chip possible. That's the first Blackwell die. We connect the 2 of them together.
We got to keep our
Technology,
diversity
10
numbers
terabytes per
up. And
second is insane.
you're a big help. Appreciate
Nobody's
that.
ever seen 10 terabytes per second link before. That's 10 terabytes per second.
Anyway,
and it
we'll
obviously
be back at it
consumes very little
tomorrow.
power. Otherwise,
This
it would be
week,
nothing but
I've made
that link. And so
$66 so far.
You had to solve that.
Let's
number
go.
one. The second thing you had to solve was a question that came up.
All
About
right,
CoWoS. It's the
we'll
largest
see you
CoWoS in the
tomorrow,
world.
guys. Peace out.
Because the first generation CoWoS was already the largest CoWoS in the world. Now the second generation is even larger. The benefit that we have is we're not